Good morning. Still got the implement. Well, I know the first one, its position is 0, 0, 0, so this should all just be 0. Let's go ahead and make a one of my cats turned my water heater down. My coffee's like already warm. They'll walk on anything. Let's make a wall parent. Make sure we're using it properly everywhere. And then when we go to generate walls, we will pass wall parent in for all of those guys. And let's just generate and take a look at the first set of walls. This looks like our intro. It looks like it's probably the walls. Yep. So they're 39, 36. And they're certainly not positioned properly. But we'll get to that. Let's get them closer to where they're supposed to be. So we know our first cell's position is 0, 0, 0. So these base numbers should all be 0. So we're getting our x times 3 and our z times 3 off. We're going through this here, the populated areas stuff. Now, either this is getting marked improperly, which I doubt, because this is our center and it only goes out to 10. Yeah, there's no reason that should be 39. I guess, are we doing times 3 again down here? We are. There we go. So we probably don't need to be doing we don't want to be doing this or this or this. And then we can get rid of all of these other times 3 dealies, because that's actually taking place within the generate walls itself. This is just the grid position that we're dealing with now. That will assign the actual world position. I think the rotations are off, but let's check. It's closer, but still offset improperly. And now the thing is, this is 0, so I think we need to do we need to do this minus cell lateral divided by 2. And I already marked to make sure that I make this an even number. Because this is our 0 point. We don't want our array to be counting 0 to 20 off of here. We need to offset it so that it properly centers itself. And that looks a lot closer to where we want it. Probably just rotated incorrectly. And for some reason, y is at minus 15. Where did that... Oh, that's... Yeah, we don't need to do that here. Okay. Wrong way. Alright. Walls are up. Looks like the y isn't calculating properly. Why would that be? We don't want to do just times 10 here, do we?やってるよ、もちろん。That will fix the y's. Looks good. Now, we need to be adding doors for these corridors, for starters. What are these debugs? Don't need that. Right. I marked this off before I went to bed last night. When we do this, when we generate the corridors, we're actually crossing multiple cells, so I can't just do this. I need to figure out which cell I'm on first. So Meow. Get it? Meow. If P is less than cell lateral size, in this case, that means we are on the cell. But P is actually incorporating the grid position, so we need to get cell. We need to do this guy minus P, and likewise Z position needs to just have this taken off of it. Likewise, I think we should actually be doing minus like so. P minus, and otherwise I want to do old cell and then use its offsets. I believe that is correct. Down here we're just gonna need to change this to X and move their positions. So this guy needs to be over here. As this is an XZ array. And that'll probably throw an error the first time or two, but let's see what it does. Surprise, surprise. Index out of range. Let's do that plus this. Yeah, just because probably the very first one immediately errored. We'll just take a look at it. -8. That's true. Yep. It's kind of why I should have made the cell. How come your chat didn't show up here for me? Chat's being a little funky. Yeah, I made just a little bit of progress. Just a little bit. Just getting started. Our actual cells, if we gave them a position like we've seen at the start many times, this is the world 0. And then the cell is actually right here, so it's dipping into the negative as well as the positive. And we could go through here and make sure that everything exists in the positive. If we did that, where would that start? Generate cell. Cell position is correct, we can say. But then generate floor. Generate room. Here we are removing it like this. How about, I think that will be good in the long run. Let's say we start at the 0. And then we move forward and we don't do any more of this half stuff. Because it's kind of just making stuff confusing. Not sure why I did that in the first place. So now, this is a -1 or -2. That is going to change to now include that cell lateral divided by 2. This is where our spiral staircase floors get cut out. And that should be good now. We don't need these anymore. Well, I've got a multi-stream chat display here, but your chat's not popping into it. I can see it in Twitch. Only chat, and I can see it on the stream chat, but multi-stream doesn't seem to be working today. Let me close it, open it, go somewhere else, come back. I turned Bongo Cat off too. I'm gonna turn Bongo Cat back on. Yeah, I don't like how it leaves that box there though. Anyway, who knows? I can see you if I look. Who else do I have to repair? These guys are going to need that too. what about... That stuff's all good, that's all good. Let's look back at our wall stuff here now. This is generate corridor. I'm just going to take a peek. Let's see what kind of mayhem we have started. Oh, we're still getting those. These guy errors. Let's turn these off until we get this sorted out. I'm going to go ahead and add some version control to this. I don't think that I have... Let's see, where am I? Unity projects, test 3. There's no Git repository, so I'm going to create one. Right here. And I'm going to need to copy over my git ignore, which is probably right here. To here, and that should auto update this guy. Still trying to grab a lot of stuff, that's fine. Let's go ahead and delete that. We can leave marching cubes in here. Cave Dungeon Toolkit, I don't need that either. Okay, I'm just gonna first push FBX, yeah, that's fine. Just in case we royally screw stuff up. HTML and Java. That's pretty standard though, isn't it? Okay. Yeah, and I just kind of wanted to see what's going on. So, see, our room is now building outward from the 0 point. It's not, we were actually expecting it to build here. The walls are getting offset improperly. Let's go back to where it all begins. Get a direction, generate a cell. I guess this is the first one, huh? Cell position equals 0, 0, 0. Its direction is south. We then go to generate it. Commit. And we're going to start at the corner, which in this case is 0. And we're going to go to Oh, okay. So that's not what we want. Room width. Guess we want to do plus. This is going to be our math function floor. Did I just delete these? Math function floor to int current cell dot room width divided by 2f. And actually we want to do minus to begin with. Wait, no, we want to do plus. If our room width is 8 in a 10 room, we actually want to be starting at 2, so this would be starting us at 4. So, I think there's a better way to be going about this now. So we do want them in the middle. Well, don't have to have them in the middle, but no, we do kind of want them in the middle. So what we're actually talking about is cell lateral size minus room width. So for an 8, or say 6, that would leave 4. But we don't want 4 on both sides, so we only want half of this. It's actually a little more complicated than it was before, but that'll work nice for a lot of other things. X is less than now. My heater just ran out. Now we want to be going from cell lateral size, that's the whole thing, minus, yeah, that's plus. Okay, so we're grabbing the size of the room itself. So this is like 10 minus 8, and then we're going to divide that by, or if it was 10 minus 6, it'd be 4, and we divide that by 2, so we'd only get 2 offset. Likewise, we want to be doing, we don't need to do this whole thing. We can just do x equals less than. Nope, we do need that whole thing. Positive x. I like to put everything in parentheses to make sure that it flows properly. Position x times cell lateral is our starting point. Plus it's basically the same thing. Hi, kitty. Basically the same thing, except we are doing kind of like this. We'll go all the way to the end, and then we will subtract our buffer. Unfortunately, we're going to have to do the same thing here. Using the room depth. Z equals less than. Now we're going to do minus, and we're going to do +1 here. Times cell lateral size minus math floor, and then we want to do room depth for that. And if x equals r0 plus halfway minus 1 or halfway minus 2, that might need adjusting to 0 and minus 1, but we'll look at it. Generate floor, populate area. That should be good now. Anyways, let's take a peek at where our floors are going now. So that's our 0. That would be 1, 2, 3. So we're looking at 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. So yeah, that is properly centered. So 3 of these grid spaces is going to be, yeah, that makes sense because we're going by multiplying by 3. So that's our 10 grid spaces or 30 world spaces. So that's positioning properly. The walls, however, are not. Let's peek at the walls. Current minimum Z equals 0. That's corridor, sorry. Where's our walls at? We didn't make this a method, we just tossed it in there, huh? Coffee's probably already getting cold. Yep. To add the walls, we want to grab the cell. We want to grab the cell position properly, and we don't need to do this anymore. We're now starting at 0. So we can get rid of these parentheses. Just because they're unnecessary and that bothers me. Now we're going to go straight through 0 to 10. And base x plus x minus 1. This stuff might be all fine. Let's look. Yeah, the walls look fine. So we need to fix the corridors now. Corridors, grab the cell and the old cell, and they set the minimum Z2. We no longer need 0, I don't believe. Cell room depth divided by 3. Yeah, we're not going negative anymore. And then the max is guess what we need right here is a cell lateral size divided by 2. Again, I made sure that that's going to be an even number so it divides properly, and we'll do a minus there for our minimums. And then for our maximums, we want to do a plus. So it's basically going to find the center point and either add or subtract to it. To find our proper Z position, we want to do the same thing down here. Minus for the mins. And plus for the maxes. Then our starting X is going to be the cell position dot X times, so this is just its base position. We need to get to the center, which is this thing again here. Likewise on this guy. End X, because we're always going forward. Likewise on these guys. Yeah. Plus in this case, minus in this case, and then here as well, we're now adding to the cell room width. Yeah, that should be fine for those. So we just need to do the same thing down here. Did we already? We did for those. So we need to just do these guys. Plus and minus. Plus and minus. I think that should fix the corridors. Let's take a peek. Not interested in working in C++, honestly. Unreal Engine is absolutely a powerful engine though. Nothing wrong with it. Corridors, I'm at 0. My chat is not showing up. Game Maker, does that even work in 3D? I'm quite positive I could not make Solace Crafting in Game Maker. Studio 2. My stream chat is just not working today. It's a bummer. I'm gonna move it to the right because it's not working. Don't play, stop. Game Maker Studio, I mean, no offense, but there's absolutely no way I'm switching 120,000 lines of code into another engine. But, I don't think it's at all possible to make a game like Solace Crafting in Game Maker 2. It's a much more limited engine, primarily targeting 2D, isn't it? I don't think I've ever seen a 3D Game Maker Studio game. But You just don't like Unity? Is that it? Did we look? Yeah, quarters weren't even starting. So, let's see here. Let's look at our min-max debug. If we're going south, start x equals old cell position plus half plus half of the room width. That's good. Index equals minus half minus half of the room width plus 1 again. I'm pretty sure my community would burn me at the stake if I had decided to just drop what I've been working on for 3 years and say I'm gonna change it to 2D. I've never used GameMaker. There is a 2D game that I want to make someday. I might look at that. From Seattle, it's about $1,000 usually. Round trip. I think that's round trip. Or is that not round trip? Oof. I forget. It's pricey. Let's see what those debugs say. Did I save that? I didn't. What do you make in Unreal and GameMaker? The Z's are correct. We're not getting our X's properly. Could be this guy here. C position corridor parent P equals start X, P equals less than index. Let's just do, kind of don't want it to spam all of them. These look good. Let's turn that off. This is going to be start X index. Have any published or, you know, shipped games that we could look at? 7-0. Are we going backwards here? Start and end are backwards. How did we get those backwards? Yeah, it's not easy, that's for sure. .3D makes everything more difficult. Our start and our end are backwards this time. If we're going south, that means we're going north. That means we want to use the old cell's position plus its half mark plus half of the room width. That sounds good. Now the index is going to be the current cell's position x times itself. Oh, minus, no, that's correct. Minus, oh wait, no, this also needs to be, we do plus in all scenarios now for this guy, don't we? We always want to go to the center of the room, and then we either plus or minus from the center of the room. There we go. And you said, there we go, that fixed our corridors. Horror games, multiple, and top-down RPGs, multiple. I would highly recommend picking one of those and trying to get her done. Alright. New system is working. Let's go ahead and do shifted cell position to all positives. And now we want to begin working on figuring out how to add our corridors to our populated areas arrays, which we are doing right here. So, turn the debug back off, and I updated both of those, so we're good. Now, if P is start X, yeah, these are the actual positions first. For P equals start X, P is less than index. Let's see, if P minus, let's see, we're going either north or we're going south, but we can't be sure which. In either case, we're going to be going positive. I am the developer of a game called Solace Crafting, available on Steam, and I'm just adding a procedural dungeon generator to it. We've got caves and towers and some different things. I'm just building this from scratch to get some new locations, new monsters, new drops, stuff like that into the game. Currently we've got it randomly generating dungeons quite nicely. They're multi-level. They've got spiral staircases that go down to the next level, and I just added walls, so we're just kind of improving the walls. They don't have doors and corridor walls yet. And then we'll add varying ceiling sizes, and then we'll have to add monsters and traps and furniture and all that good stuff. So just kind of the basic generation stuff still right now. Just started yesterday, and I had a doctor's appointment yesterday, so it didn't get as far as I might have liked to. And it's 9 a.m. here, so just getting started. Our P, though, is going to be a grid position. We want to convert that to a local position for this guy. How to know? Let's say if P divided by cell lateral size, and we floor that. Hello? Oh, math function. Floored int. We're going to want to make sure that that is a float, so it doesn't auto round for us. Now if he is equal to our current cell position dot x, then we know he's within bounds of this cell still. In which case, we want to do his cell, populated area P minus his base position. Yeah. I think that looks good. P minus old cell position X times cell size lateral. And this isn't quite enough. It's still going to wall off the corridors at the end the way we currently have things set up. It's available for purchase. $14.99 for early access with very positive reviews. It's open world crafting, kind of. There's some town building. There's like no dialogue, story, quest system, stuff like that yet. So it's kind of a Minecrafty in that sense right now. That you kind of just have to do your own thing, which some people don't like. But some people have 2,000 hours plus in this game. We do have multiplayer, so you can log on to the multiplayer servers, check out stuff from other people. I think that looks good. I'm just going to not do that one for now. Let's see if we can get this to not break. Oh, it didn't break. Don't think it added... I'm not seeing any walls though. And it would help if I saved my changes before I try to go and look at them. There we go, we're getting some walls on some of these corridors now. And as expected, it is still doing this because of the way we coded it. But that is a separate problem. So this is working properly. just need to make sure that we're grabbing the right cell to put things into. Here we're doing X, here we're doing Z. X positions P. Yeah, that looks good. Let's take a peek. You might have me beat on playtime there. I've only got 444. But 40 times, let's say 50 times 3, got something like 6,000 hours in development maybe. Do I know Danny? No. Is that a Twitch streamer? YouTuber? Is he a live streamer or like a tutorial developer? This is interesting here. What is this? How did that get set up? Some funky stuff in some of these. Generate corridor. Get previous cell. Well, this should be doing an int3 for starters. That's not gonna work. It might not be a nice thing to say, but in all seriousness, I just really hate video editing. So that's kind of one of the reasons that I'm happy to be doing this, where I just stream what I'm doing and kind of just is as is. It's not as exciting, I know, as edited content, but it takes a lot of time to, and you know, if you get good at it, I'm sure you get the right programs, you get the right skill sets, and it's not that big of a deal. But me as is now, it takes hours and hours to edit anything into a nice format, and that bothers me. Let's see now. When we go through our wall loop, which is actually still up in here. We're just assuming that if you're on the edge, that you need to have a wall. However, it is in fact impossible to generate cell for the width or the depth to get all the way to the max. Cell lateral size -1. So that's actually an impossible scenario, in which case I think we can turn that straight off and say if x equals 0, you actually want to not make a wall there. But you don't want to be checking the next wall over, because that would be going out of bounds. And in all cases, that means we're going to be looking at a corridor. So now we have traversable corridors. And this is the start of our dungeon, like so. Now we need to get the walls from the staircases gone. And this is a tricky problem. I guess maybe it's not. We could start getting more difficult with the populated areas array and start assigning things like doors, specific areas and stuff like that. Or let's see. Hey, Pee-Pee. What are you doing? What was I gonna do? Generate room is where we get the spiral staircase. And in this case, we're straight continuing it. But I think that we should still add that to our populated areas, even though we are not generating floors there. That'll stop walls from being produced around our staircases. Did that spawn with no staircases? There we go. So now we can properly access our stairs. Alright, let's, for now, let's figure out a way to get doors on. Yeah. I know if you're good at it, and you know, it's just, if you spend time on it, if you spend 100, 200, 300 hours editing, you're gonna get good at it. And stop making those stupid mistakes that beginners do. But I'm absolutely still a beginner. And there's just a million other things I need to be spending time on right now. Like this. I want to add add doors. But again, I don't have a way to distinguish between. So see, what I'm thinking of doing here is, I could either mark the location as in need of a door, which is certainly doable, or I could change our bool array here to something like a byte array and start giving different types of floors or, areas. Populated areas. Could be useful for spawning monsters and furniture later on. Could also make that an enumerator enum. Oh god, the sun just went behind the clouds. Come back out. It's cold. That's kind of a neat idea, actually. What if we had an enumerator and we called it area types for whatever example. Let's say null, let's say floor, let's say S door, and then let's say N door actually. N door and W door. And this is going to be north door, west door. And I'm going to change this to be area types, which means that it's now an int array. So it's going to be using up more data, which is going to create more garbage. But it's only 10 by 10. It's still quite a bit of garbage, but it's not actually going to get collected until you leave. So I think that's alright. And by default, it should go straight to null since that's 0. So let's say if it equals to area types null, not false, then you're going to be generating your walls. What's this? So here we're setting these to is this our corridor generation? So this is corridors where we're going to want to add our doors. Hi, Pee-Pee, what are you doing? So I'm just going to mark these as floors for right now. And this is an area types array. And what else do we got? Floors and floors. And that should produce the same results for now as expected. But now we can come up to these corridor generations, and the start, we always know that the start is going to be a I actually don't want to go into that loop even, I don't think. We want to add a door on both ends. We've already got the start and the index. And we know that we're going north-south. We don't know whether we're actually building north or south though, so I think we want to do it here. So if we're going north, then we want to go into the old cell. And of course, it's going to get marked as floor here, but I can double check that. Or what should I do? Yeah, because we can't tell which direction we're going here. And I need to position the doors properly, so they end up on the edges. So I do need to do it up here. I'll have to do a check here. So if we're headed north, that means that we're going to start in the old cell. So its populated areas at position, in this case the Z position is unchanging, like so. However, the X position is start X minus all of this and that's actually going to give us one space too far forward, so we want to do -1 equals area types dot north door. And let's just test it at that level first of all. I don't even have the door set up. Haven't even looked at it. I don't even have a door variable set up. So let's do that. Door prefab. And yeah, I don't want to make them separate. I can go ahead and rotate them on the fly. But let's see what we've got in our dungeon asset that we imported. Prefab. Is there a door? What does he call it? Door peak. No, that's not it. Wall. Oh, what does he call it? Wall stone door. That's pretty big. Is that what we're looking for? Stones, pillars, crates, stairs, shackles, candles. That's a pretty big door, isn't it? Is that just one floor piece size? It's not. I think I might have to scale that down a little bit. Let us see. Oh, that didn't work. Let's just turn that off for now. I want to look and see what one of these doors looks like. For example, if I put it right here, what was it called? Stone door or something? Wall stone door. That's pretty wide. It's not going to cover up those walls there. We did scale everything by 0.75 to get it onto a... that's interesting. It's probably just not centered properly. What are these guys at? -18. $153 looks proper, and so does -40. What's like one of these floors at? -42 and 150. So 153 is good. Minus 42. Okay, so let's create one of these. He's a 111. I'm going to put him beneath him. And then I'm going to shift him 0.5 in that direction. And that's actually not Z fighting. It looks like it blends in good, actually. Kind of gets absorbed in right here. You can see a pretty clear line there if you look for it. It's not super obvious. And that would be a nice door. From the back, it also looks fine. Assuming it's big enough for us to walk through. I believe I can still drag prefabs down in runtime. Yes, we can. So now we've got our door prefab. And what direction is he facing? That's his center point, huh? Hold on now. Hold on now. Yeah, you go back to 0. Yeah, I don't think that's gonna work. We're gonna need you to be maybe plus 1.5 instead. And he is facing south by default. And his pivot is right there. So if I pivot him 90, nope, 270, I can get him facing south. He was facing east, not south. Facing east by default. Just gonna write that down. Faces east. Now then, when we're generating our corridors, once again, if we grab our old cell populated area and we get what? We better debug what this is because it threw an error right away. Populated areas start X minus, and then the Z position should be oh yeah, we should be using old cell in this condition, shouldn't we? For the first door. And then we're going to want to add a second door at the end, but let's just see if we can get a door to spawn at all. Let's see, where are they? Oh, I don't have that set up anywhere. And again, this is going to probably overwrite that, so we want to check first. Guess I'll just do all of that math. It's basic math. Welcome back. So if this guy is equal to null, then you can make him floor. In other words, I just don't want to overwrite anything that I've marked as a door. And then we don't have anything that actually spawns the door. Generate floor. Generate walls. Generate walls is probably what we want to look at, which is up here. Now, we can skip the wall stuff and say if the populated area that we are currently at is equal to indoor, then we will have a special case at the end of which we will continue. And I guess we'll just do generate door. So we're going to need to make a generate door method. Which I believe I can set up to be the same as the wall, as long as I get them facing in the same direction. So I could pass the prefab directly to this guy. Let's actually try that first instead. Generate wall with the rotation, and I'm going to give him a prefab to work with. And he can actually use the prefab directly. So in this case, I'm not doing that yet. I'm going to need to change wall parent to say wall prefab, I believe it is. That work? Good. And we'll just add it here just in case. What kind of program are you trying to do, Art? I am an indie dev, solo master of the universe, slowly losing my hair. So this can now be generate wall. And we're going to do X, I think. X. We have to do all of this. Let's just copy that. Generate wall, except I'm going to add it the door prefab this time. Oh goodness. And we want to move it to the north. So we're going to do... I don't think I need to do this. Base C plus C, but we do want to do X. I think it's X plus 1. But let's see what happens. There's a door, not rotated properly. It's facing north, so it's obviously one of our north doors. I rotated it 180. Who told you to do it 180? I said 270. He's got a 90 on him himself. That's not good. 10 checkboxes on a form to limit to 3 max, which I can do, but it won't commit the changes, and on refresh it's all blank. You doing that in JavaScript? Code choice for checkboxes don't display on the view form, just the non-code default shows checkboxes and saves them, but can't limit to 3. Supposed to pick 3 only. Can't you set up a method that when anything changes, go through and look to see if there are more than 3, and if there are more than 3, for example, when someone turns one on, add it to a list. So then when something changes, if there's 4 in the list, take the 4th out and turn it off. Or did you say you're doing that in JavaScript? I could do that in Visual Basic and of course C#. I don't know JavaScript. It's pretty much the same as C#, I'm told. As far as the flow of things is. So you, sir, need a Z -1. You did in fact need that Z -1, and you did not need an X +1. I mean, Z +1. Did I do -1? I did. Z +1. It was nice of it to build a wall right in the same spot there. And that worked, but this is unacceptable, of course. So we did continue. I guess we don't need to continue. Because we know that it's populated. And the one on the other side is not populated, so it can go ahead and build that other wall. It's not going to build a wall in the spot of the door. So there we got a nice door. Just need one on the other end now. Back up to our... where was that corridor stuff here? Can get rid of that annoying debug. Now in this case, we're going to be using the current cell. I'm not too sure if I want to be doing -1 stuff yet, though. Let's see. Start x -1. Yeah, in this case we don't want to do the -1. I believe. Well, that did not generate a door for me as expected. In fact, it made... Okay, so hold on. No, yeah, we need to be making a start and an end per if statement there. But we are still experiencing these backwards doors are getting shifted improperly, which is... they need another x. They need a -1x. Just as the ones above them did. Not sure why I turned that off, I guess. So, what I was also thinking then was, this needs to have cell populated areas, and this is now our end x minus cell position. This is the one that I don't think we want the -1x there. We'll leave it there for now, though. Cell position, and all of that. We'll go ahead and do the same thing down here, except for this guy, it's once again old cell, because of the direction of approach. And we'll just leave those as is for now and check to see. That guy didn't work. Cell populated area. End x minus cell position x times -1. That -1 might not be a good thing for us. C position minus... That should be fine. Let's just try getting rid of this for now. And I might have to put a debug in there. End x. Cell position x. That looks like it did work. Hard to tell which... Yeah, it's not... We still need a -1 to the x, but it got mad when we did that. Or do we need to make that a south door? Didn't like it when we did this. Which is understandable. Let me do it this time, though. Now we can see these doors are spawning properly. Let's see now. So this one is clearly going in this direction since this guy went down. So he is moving... Got a, what are they called? Sparring? What do they call that? Kumite じゃなくて. Yeah, kumite. Kata is the forms. So this guy is heading south, which means this guy. And now his start is working properly. This guy, however, is too far to the south. And we've got, this looks like our start. The northbound one looks like it's working fine. Let's try that again. I'm still expecting the possibility for errors, so I'm gonna have to just cram regen it a few times. But for right now, the doors look like they are generating fine. North and south. Nope. Let's see, this guy is headed in that direction. He is headed south. We were just messing with. Headed south, and his end X needs to be at -1. Didn't I just delete that though? Why are there cases where it wants to go? Sometimes it wants to go south, sometimes it doesn't want to. Well, that was quick. Yeah, to be expected, honestly. Let's go back to our beginning. And right away, we've got a northbound corridor whose end door is not getting enough X. We're going north. Sometimes it's putting it in different places there. That's not good. Sometimes it works as expected, sometimes it doesn't. Is it due to the distance? Doesn't mind it when it's there. When it comes down, it doesn't like it though. That's our 30 mark there. So populated areas, end X. I wouldn't expect that we need to do the -1, which we're not right now. Well, what if we say that is a north door and this is a south door? North door, west door, south door, east door. Got a buddy of mine that is Did you ever mention, is that karate? I got a buddy of mine that's, I don't remember what degree he is. His stepmom, who I used to train under, she is, I believe, she might have been awarded her 6th. Oh, Taekwondo. Alright. In karate, 6th degree would be pretty rare. It is. I think the north door is correct here in that he is going base Z, Z plus 1, because east is like so. He's going to go 270, and then I'm going to offset him 1. South door, we actually want to go 270 and then not offset him. Likewise, the west door, we actually want to offset this guy like so, I think. And this case, we should always be moving north, which means we're always setting south door 2nd. And like I say, don't really think we should have to be subtracting these. If it's a north door, we're going to rotate it and move it forward. So we just set this guy. This should be the south door, and this should be the north door. And then we're not going to be doing any of this manual shifting here, because the spawning methods are going to take care of that for us, in theory. Taekwondo's much more about the kicks though, isn't it? This is our starting door. He has been rotated 90 degrees. Why have you been rotated 90 degrees? Who told you to rotate 90 degrees? Meow. What's the matter? Hey. Come here. Hey. I used to take karate, and I was always kind of a boxer grappler. I always got yelled at because I kept my hands open. I like to grab people. It's just kind of not the rules, you know. I was sort of a mixed martial artist, I guess I would have fit better in with. Ended up dislocating my shoulder and stopped practicing. Still dislocates easily to this day. Only happened once in the past few years, though, thankfully. Why did that guy rotate 90 degrees? Generate wall. That's all good and fine. Where was the... Yeah, this stuff. 270 or 270. There's no 90. How did he rotate 90 degrees? 270 is kind of a negative 90. I don't think that's what I was looking at. This guy's 90 degrees. What if he were 270? He would be off position. I'm setting... Let's just pivot. It should be this tile here that I'm setting up as a south door. So since that guy is a south door, I'm giving him 270 degree rotation and no offset. When what he really wants is x minus 1. Because when he is at 0, he's right there. This floor's pivot is right here, though. This is where I'm expecting the door to be. Tier 71 legendary, very nice. I will get this stuff squared away. Likewise here though, it's 10 o'clock. I'm gonna take a quick break. I fixed my water heater so it's not on cold. Gonna have to make some new hot coffee. And go to the bathroom. Yeah. Break and coffee and kitty. I gotta refill one of my heaters. So I'll be back in just 10 minutes. Glad the sun is shining. I want it to be setting the... Let's look at the corridors. When it sets, we're going cell direction equals south. That means we're going north. It means we've got a start X, which we're starting at. And we're generating a floor right there. Old cell populated area, start X. Minus cell position, yeah, right on there should be it should be a north, no, yeah, south door. Now, the thing is, we haven't changed that code. Let's go ahead and just bring this guy out. And where's our door? Our door is also... It's not at the same position. Now the reason for that is when we spawn the door, we're gonna rotate him 270. And then we are also offsetting him, aren't we? So that's what we want to not be doing. Generate wall. If 270, So yeah, let's go ahead and not do that. Let's do generate door. And we're gonna not do that. We're going to manage that ourselves, which means these guys are all now generate door. And in the case of being rotated 270, see, but this guy's X should be at 21. And then he'd be fine. Why is his north, south? I don't see his X being messed with. Let me just see what we've changed so far. Again, chat is being a little weird today. So he didn't get a Z. This should be a south door. We're not adding to the Z. But like I was saying, yeah, okay, the pivot looks good there actually. Okay, so we just want to give him his Z plus 1. And the north door looks good. Now the north door does not look good. Now the north door is at the wrong... No, he's in the wrong right place. Why is he 90 again? That confuses me that it keeps... How do these get to 90? Is this guy 90? What am I... What am I not understanding about why that becomes 90 when I tell it goes 270? I don't think there's a 90 anywhere in here. 90F, spiral staircase. That's the only use of 90. I rotate my doors based on the rotation I give them, which is only ever 270, which is the same as minus 90, but these aren't minus 90, they're 90. What if he was 270? And then he'd be over there. And then I wouldn't need... That just confuses me. How did I get 90? I'm not too sure. But anyway, this pivot is right here, so that's correct. So this guy, I think he's in the right spot. His pivot has been moved over here, but he should have been marked as going north. He should have been marked as a north door, which means that his X should be getting added to 1. South door does not need that, just rotates and offsets the Z. Looks like... I don't think he needs that, but let's take a look. Just want to get north and south working first, and they're being kind of fussy. And that looks good there, but let's do it 100 times. See, there, you're not working. You're supposed to be right here, and yet you have gone to X36 up here at 90 degrees. It's so confusing to me. Where does that 90 come from? It works. It's what I want. Can't complain. I'm doing rotate self space. Anyway, so I think what we're looking at is something along the lines of the room during generate room is already marking these as floor. Now when we go to corridor generation, less than or equal to end X. I think there are times when these have already been marked in other words, the corridor might be bleeding over. So I want to kind of do a little double check on that. Let's see. Basically this whole thing here. If it equals floor already, I might need to do that actually up here. We know that our currently our north doors are getting a little funky. So before we do that, let's say we check this guy. That's the exact same right there, isn't it? P, that's index. And so we haven't marked him yet, but checking to see if he's actually already marked as floor. Debug.log indoor slot already marked as floor. Which is fine for the corridor. It's just marking a floor as a floor for a second time. But if we're bleeding too far in, like we see here, then we're going to end up with doors because it's setting this as the end. Now, the reason that it's doing that is probably because how many, can you give me the center? Thank you. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. No, so that should be easy calculation there. The end x is going to be room width divided by 2 plus 1. So dungeon cell number 2. Well, the room width is 7. Really? If you're 7, how did you get 8 slots there? 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. Dungeon generator. That's his width. Let's go look at the generate room. As long as x is less than floor to int, this is just the staircase stuff. X equals position, that's just where we find the start of it. Then we're going to add to cell lateral size, which is 10, minus the current room width, which we were looking at being 7, minus the current room width, which would leave 3, and then if we divide that by 2, interesting, yeah, so in the event that this is an odd number, we're going to end up with more than expected. So this one we actually want to be ceil to int. And now our doors have generated properly in this case. Let's do it a bunch of times. Doors look good. Doors look good. Alright, how about this guy looks fine. We want to make sure the other direction is working as well, which it looks like it is. I don't see any backwards doors getting set improperly like these guys. So let's move on to east-west doors, which are going to be here, and we're pretty much just going to be able to do the same thing. We fixed that, so we want to copy something along these lines down here. The start is now going to be start Z with X and X, and because we always move forward, this is not going north, this is going west, and this is going east. So in a positive direction, so we're going west, so this means that this is a east door, I believe. When we're going north, we start with a south door. When we're going west, we start with an east door. We're gonna have a west door here. Kitty fights. So then just this guy's gonna be NZ minus Z. This is an X, this is an X. And let's go ahead and copy this one over for our counterpart. And once again, these are all now Z's. That's an X, Z, and a Z. These are X's. And we're going to be doing east doors and west doors. Doesn't look like that worked, but not too bad. What the heck is this just to begin with? Why is that even there? I don't know. What happened there? That did not go as intended. So let's take a look at that. However, our eastbound, yeah, let's just go ahead and look at these first. I'm going to turn you guys off and just look at these. And now we're doing old cell. Start Z minus his main position. And then X position is always unchanging in these cases. Start Z minus, that looks fine. And then here we've got NZ minus cell position Z, where X position, yeah, that looks fine. Let's just check those first. So this is our case where we're moving west. That guy's, I guess he's moving west. Here's our start. What the heck is that? That's so weird. North, and now this is actually going west. So, first of all, our old cell populated area start Z minus old cell position with an we know the corridor is working fine. X position minus equals east door. So there should be an east door right here. And yeah, they're setting these. It's set this tile as the door somehow. You know why? Because this is an XZ array, not a ZX array. Need to be going like this. That will definitely mess your coordinates up. And now let's find one that is going here's an example of both, but neither of them spawned. Let's fix these guys and turn them back on. East door, west door. And we don't want to overwrite. That's right, we're not doing this check here yet. Oh goodness. Angry kitty. If this guy equals null, then and only then are you allowed to overwrite. If this guy equals types null, so we don't want that. Should fix it. And if we can have a miracle, everything will just be working tiddly-boo. Here's our start. It's going all the way over here before it tries to go west, and it didn't work. So these guys are getting offset improperly on the Z, which would be up here. Z plus 1 and no Z plus 1. So I think you stay right there and you go like that. The one that did not need that looked like his X was also off. I think these all need X plus 1. We'll see. Nope. Everybody is getting too much X. So this guy's going, well, I think everybody looks good. They just don't want their X. No X, please. And how about it? We've got corridors this way, we've got corridors that way, we've got corridors this way. Starting to look like a bit of a dungeon. Very nice. Alright. Yeah, I don't see any improper doors. I think we are good. So Let's see what we want to do now. Let's say east-west door is working. Go ahead and push that. Did I have any funky debugs going off? I do not. Now, for example, we were looking at this dungeon asset. Had a nice dungeon scene over here. Where, what do these ceilings look like? He's got some kind of ramparts that he's building up here. Those pillars in the corner are a nice touch every so often. Yeah, I like that, I like that. We want a torch every so here and there. And we want to add some of these guys. I think for the first step, let's go ahead and just go straight for, this is just kind of a flare there, huh? Yeah, what is this? Is this a wooden door? Wall, stone door. Is that the same doors we're using? Let's go ahead and just build up our walls and our ceilings first of all. And that's just basically a floor piece turned upside down. Not a problem, don't know why I hit play. Dungeon builder. So we are rolling for room height, and we're going 2 to 5. That might be a bit big. We're never going to make that completely, so let's say 2 to 3. I think 1 would be a bit constrictive. So let's see now. When we go through here and we generate our walls, we don't need that for the doors, but let's now do for int y equals 0. I made a new coffee. I'm getting cold shivers. Drank that about 10 minutes ago. It's cold in here. Need to get up and move a bit. Y equals 0. Y equals less than cell. No, we want to do cell, what are we looking at? Current cell, yeah, cell dot cell height, room height. Equals less than or equal to, I believe, no, we're going 0, so if we're 2, yeah, I think that's fine. Y plus plus. Now we're going to make walls depending on the height of the room. Yes, no, no, no. Why not? Base Y, so I'd probably just, yeah, let's do base Y plus Y. How's about that? looks better. Didn't do it above the doors. Alright, so I'd like to go ahead and say if x does not equal 0 and just because this is kind of big and annoying, and does not equal. So we're not doing that anymore. Now we do create the doors, but yeah, we don't create walls there. Okay. So I guess if we do actually want to put these inside our for loop, and then we want to say if y equals 0, then we do that. Otherwise, we can go ahead and generate a wall. And let's see. Are these, above we're organized northeast, southwest. This is organized if x does not equal 0, that means south. So here we've got north, here we've got east, southwest, like that. So we want to do this guy, right? I believe so. Let's copy this down first, and I might be getting these wrong, but it'll be easy to spot if so. North, east. Yeah, I'm not sure. Let's just build it and see. There's a wall up there. What happened here? Ah, corridors. Corridors should be different, I suppose, but looks like we did get our door stuff correct. Ceilings above doors are spawning properly. So, corridors, let's go ahead and add that separately. Let's say we've got null, we've got floor, we've got door, we've got corridor. In which case, we've already run checks to make sure that we're not overwriting floors right here. Only if they're null. And this is our corridor generation, so I'm going to mark these guys as corridor now. That's the benefit of using this instead of a byte array or a bool array. I can get more specific. So now when we go to spawn our walls, which I would really like to make this its own method. Just like we did with the corridors, basically. Just gonna say generate walls. And we'll do it under corridor like here. Void generate walls int I. Named it correct, and it's just going to use that I and do the same thing just to get it out of this so we can control the flow of things a bit more, because we're going to have to add a lot more decoration stuff down here. So in our generate walls bit, we now want in the event that we're looking at a corridor. I think I kind of just want to go ahead and do area type current area equals like this, so I don't have to call this over and over. And let's say, am I not calling it over and over? Cell populated areas, is that not the exact same thing? Why is that not highlighting? Current area. So we're not accessing that array over and over, because we're going to do it again here. If current area is equal to area types dot floor, then you can go ahead and do this. I think that might be better down here, and we'll go ahead and do if this is a corridor. So if we're currently looking at a corridor, if it's a corridor, no, yeah, I think that was better actually here. Floors, go ahead and do what you want. Else, if current area is equal to corridor and y is equal to 0. So only in the event of y being 0, which means we're not actually doing that. Is there a way to consolidate this cleaner? Probably, but not a big deal. Let's go ahead and add these. Else if said cases. No, yeah, we can actually just do it like this, can't we? How about we do or, and we'll encapsulate that into its own logical bit there. So if it's a floor, go crazy. Otherwise, only do it for y on corridors, y0. That's a little cleaner looking. Let's see how that works. So now our corridors, I guess doors as well, huh? If it equals, how's about we say if area is equal to corridor, return true. And let's actually just stick them all in there. We'll do an or, and then we want the 4 types of doors: north door, east door, south door, or west door. And now we're going to say if return true, otherwise return false. If is corridor current area, and y, this will just incorporate the doors as well, rather than writing a bunch of ifs into all of those there. And we would expect to see our doors also getting corridor walls, like so. Now all we need is ceilings. For ceilings, it's basically just the floor. Where do we generate the floors? Generate wall, generate corridor, generate cell. That was actually beneath. Generate room. This is where we do it. Now, generate ceiling. X and Z and room parent is all good, but this we want to do you don't ありがとう。それ食前じゃないの？食前でしょそれ。急に飲みたくなったの。お酒だよそれ。Generate ceiling. Oh, I'm back. Sorry. My chat is just not working. I'm sorry, guys. I can't see the chat unless I look at the stream itself. I took a 10-minute break. Hello, 7 Up. Unreal does look better than Unity, and it's way harder to use. But Unity can absolutely be made to look just as good as Unreal if you put in the time. Unreal's kind of, it just looks better out of the box. So if you just toss some stuff in there, it just automatically kind of looks better. Unity is more bland starting out, but if you know what you're doing, which I certainly don't, you can get into making it look like anything you want it to look like. Unreal just kind of has some more stuff built into it that gives it a little extra performance, a little extra flair, definitely. But then you got to learn C++. You got to manage memory yourself. You lose the Unity community, which is 10,000 times bigger than the Unreal community. The asset store, all of that. But it is, like Mr. Director says, it really comes down to preference. They're both really, really good engines. A lot of people get into arguments about which is better, and, yeah, that's probably true. For 2D, and I don't know, I just really haven't gotten into Unity, or Unreal. People do pretty universally say that Unity is better for 2D, but I'm sure, if you're an Unreal person, you could get 2D working just fine. It's just kind of, literally, the only reason that I use Unity is because it's all I've ever used. I just, I don't have a reason. I don't use it because it's better than Unreal. I use it because I've been using it for 7 years, and I know what I'm doing. And I have a game that is deep, deep built into Unity already. If I were to try to migrate all of my interfaces and code and everything to Unreal, it'd take 6 months at least just to do that. And I'd have to rewrite all my code to C#, and that'd be another 6 months. It'd be a disaster. I'd be better off starting over from scratch, honestly. And there's no way I'm doing that. Maybe someday in the future, though. So anyway, yeah, I agree entirely. It's if you know Unity, use Unity. If you know Unreal, use Unreal. If you're trying to pick, then that's really a pretty long argument that ultimately ends with you can go with either one. I recommend Unity just because there's so many tutorials, so many plug and play things. The asset store just has so much stuff in it. And sure, quite a lot of this is crap, to be honest, but there's just thousands and thousands and thousands of assets and tools and, stuff that if you're not an actual studio that can put together your own stuff, or you don't have the money to pay someone to do that, you can spend, like that's what I did with, what we're working with here. These pieces that I bought, this was $9 to buy these dungeon tiles that I'm working with, and there's still a lot of it that I haven't started working with yet. But that's really the upside of Unity, in my opinion, is its community and assets that are available for it. If you're a number cruncher and you really want to just go pure performance, pure visuals, then Unreal might honestly be the better way to go, but you're going to miss out on some other things as well, so it's kind of up to the individual. Happy to answer questions, though. If somebody had a question about something. I want to move this up to the size of the room, which is the current cell plus current cell dot room height. And we don't actually have a generate ceiling method yet, so let's make that. Generate ceiling, and this one we're going to have to transform rotate. I'm going to use the vector 3, let's go right, and we want to do it 180 degrees using local space. I think we can always fix that if I'm wrong. Let's just see what that does first. Where was that? That was generate room right here. So we're just adding the room height, turning a floor upside down and spawning it where we want it. And did we go too high, too low? Looks just right. Oh, but it didn't do it over here. So did it stick them over here? It did. So we're going too far. Minus Z. And is that a result of our pivot? Yeah, so our pivot's right here, and we're using the x-axis to rotate. So we need to offset it by +1 on the Z. So just Z +1 should fix that. And we should have a closed off dungeon. Now we've got rooms that the player's not going to fall through. Oh, we're not doing it for corridors yet. Okay, corridors are not under generate room. That's under generate corridor. Who has two separate generate floor calls. But it's going to be the same thing. We could honestly put generate floor or generate ceiling almost within generate floor, but we'll go ahead and do it here. Plus cell is what we're currently working with. Cell height, room height, and then Z position +1. And that's going to be, I believe, no, a little different down here. Generate ceiling plus cell dot height, and this is going to be our Z +1. That should give us, oh no, and actually we don't want to do room height here, do we? We just want to do +1 for the corridors. Yeah, I would agree with that. Unity is better for newbies like me. Not that someone can't start out new in Unreal, of course, but it's a bit more newbie friendly. So we've now got a self-contained dungeon. Let's see if we can find some stairs down. Might be a little big. Might want a little bit more chance to go down. Let's see where our staircase is down here. So this is still a bit of a problem here. And we're adding ceilings to our staircases too. That's no good. We better work on this first before moving forward. And let's see. I wonder if we want to get rid of all of that. I don't think we do. We could get rid of all of these tiles. Not these, I guess. Nah. I mean, we could do it like that so you can see it. And then add like a cylinder here. And I would kind of like some walls right here. But let's see, what do we want to do? Well, first of all, we want to turn the ceiling off. How do we want to go about that? Cats are freaking out. Generate spiral staircase gets called while we're generating the room. If the current direction is down, we're just going to toss that straight up. It knows not to generate the floor in these instances. But it's still generating the ceiling on the other. Cell, the next cell. So after we move down, let's say if next direction is down, that's all good there. We don't really know. I guess it is always the same size staircase, so we should be able to figure out where it is. Let's go look at that. The staircase is always going to be coming down right into our center, I believe. This looks like our center block. Kind of a poor example. Can we look at a different one? Let's make a new one. Okay. Once again, this is an odd number. Kind of looking for even number, but whatever. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 by 7, and it comes down. We want to get rid of, I think, these 4. And then add walls to bridge the gap. Well, we know that if current cell dot direction is equal to direction dot down, and let's just start out with these to begin with. We're trying to figure out where to generate ceilings properly. I think we want to say it's not that tile, it's not that tile, and also it's not that tile nor that tile. Then we can go ahead and generate ceiling. And room height is variable, so that's kind of going to be our main problem. Only slightly variable. But let's see how much we need to offset that in general. So we've opened up. Oh yeah, that's not enough, is it? If we don't have I don't think I did that right, did I? If the direction we came from was above and these are the squares that we want to cut out. I would say Windows. I am not a fan of Macintosh, mostly because there's a lot less customization. You know, I just can pull out my graphics card and put in a new graphics card, or put in more RAM, or whatever I want, whenever I want. But if you have a strong, high-spec Mac, then it kind of doesn't really matter. Macintosh has long been designed for work with multimedia, so their newer versions are pretty much always pretty high spec but pricey, and they're very difficult to modify is the problem. Windows machine you can modify very easily, which for people that aren't very good at computers can come as a bit of a downfall. But I think generally developers prefer Windows for its flexibility. If it equals this or that, and it equals this or that, I mean, basically we can just add this to an else, but that's kind of silly. I just don't like doing that. So we can say if it does not equal this or that, no, I think this is going to be the unfortunately cheap way that we're going to do that for now, just to look at it. It depends a lot on what you're doing. Oh, hi kitty. If you're working with 2D, it kind of really doesn't matter. You could probably use an old office computer. I pretty regularly go over 16 gigabytes of RAM. I can get up to like 24 gigabytes of RAM. And the compiler is single-threaded CPU, so it needs a lot of gigahertz to process properly, and you definitely want SSDs to be able to load your assets in quickly and that kind of stuff. So if you're working with 3D, you definitely need a lot of memory. If you're working with 2D, not so much. Then it would come down more to your CPU. You definitely want to have a good CPU. But again, if you're working on a small project, that's not going to matter too much. You know, for me, that might be the difference of a 5-second compile time versus a 30-second compile time. And if you compile 300 times a day, that number can really add up. But if you have a small solution that only takes a couple seconds, yeah, if you've got, 30 gig RAM, 32 gigs of memory should be enough, definitely. You'd have to push it pretty hard to beat that. So we need to offset this both Z and X. I believe like so. I mean, like right now, this is just a separate project I'm building this in so I can compile really quick. And I'm only using a gigabyte. Normally, a single instance of Unity isn't going to go over like 4 or 5 gigabytes. Even when I'm running the main project, which is lots of, meshes and sounds and music and all kinds of stuff. I only get up to 20 gigabytes when I'm running multiple instances to work with multiplayer. Too much X and too much Z as well. Let's change that to 1, 1, and 0, 0. And there were some rounded sort of turrets in that asset pack I bought. Okay, that'll let us go up the stairs now. Well, let me look at, I don't know what he calls them. Wasn't there a round wall? Wall stone bend. Wonder if I can fit this guy in here nicely. Let's get him to minus 17-ish. How about 18-ish? And let's actually create an empty, copy his position into this guy, move him down into here. I'm going to duplicate him and rotate one of them 180. That should give us a nice cylinder. And I'm going to duplicate these again and move them up 3, 4. And how big do we want this for our staircase? Say we've got it right in the middle, and we scale it up 1.5. How does that look? That actually looks pretty close. How to make sure that we are in the middle? This guy has a center point of -15, -15. That's his pivot. Can I get these guys to be there as well? Is that the right pivot? I think so. That looks good. But no. Sticking out. Is that just because I scaled it too much? Let's scale it down. Still too much. 1.2, 1.2, 1.1, 1.1. There we go. Can still see the railing. And what if we just copy that up a few times? Let's see, 1.1. I don't want to do that there. I want to do that on these guys for sure. So let's put them all at 1.1. And we'll put him at 1. Hi, kitty. What are you doing? You're all restless today. It's windy outside, huh? And then I'm just going to copy a few more sections. This one's going to be 8. Let's do another one at 12. And what? Want to keep going? 16. 20. Yeah, that doesn't look too bad. So this will make a nice wall for this side. I like that. This wall here is too high. Some of them go 3 high. So we might as well make another set that goes up 24. Just to be safe, and that won't ever breach into another layer. Not the most amazingly aesthetic thing, but we'll call this the stair pillar. And let's copy that down as a prefab into our thingy there. And he also had insides. Now, that's actually unfortunate. For rendering purposes, but that also means that we could do something like duplicate and once again say we scale these guys up to something like 2, more than that, 2.5. And now we'll have an interior wall as well. Not quite big enough though. 2.6-ish looks good. Maybe even just a little bit bigger. 2.65-ish. Is that too big? No, that looks pretty good. That looks much more like a nice spiral staircase down. However, we don't want it to go too high up here. So we want to get rid of the last 4. I need to get rid of more than that even. If we get rid of that though, we're gonna lose our first step. So I think we're going to have to get these on par with our scaling system of 0.75, which means that these are all now going to be 3s. So you're at 3. Why are you not the same? Oh, you are now at 3. They look a little scrunched being scaled so much. Might have to mess with the UVs. You're now at 6. And you are now at 9. And we're gonna need another couple groups. Alternatively, we could have made these ones bigger since we're scaling their outer edges. So let's see, we're bad at math. Yeah, definitely. Preset rooms, for sure, can be a thing. As long as you know the corridor, you know, the door, entrance and exit. I don't want to do 3 divided by 4 anymore. I want to do what? Let's say 6 divided by 4, 1.5-ish. How about I make you guys all 1.5? So you should now have a total length of 6. I believe I can move you up to 6. You up to 12. And you up to 18. Is that correct? Are you still overlapping? How do you look? No, that looks good. And we went 1 or 2 too high. Just 1 too high. So now we've got our inner pillar. Did I turn these off accidentally or on purpose? Why is there no ceiling here? Did I delete those? I don't remember. I might have deleted those. This looks nice going down. And then again, when we get down, we don't have a way out unless we get rid of this. And then we've got a funky wall bit here we need to worry about. I don't know about that. It does look pretty nice when you're going down it though. We have to compensate for this curved floor bit. Let's see if we've got anything like that. Floor bend. That's the wrong shape there. Is that a fact? I've seen staircases go this direction in Monty Python, I think. It's about as far as my medieval knowledge goes. bend here, but that's not, I need to reverse that. Yeah, that makes sense. You'd have to be just poking down with your right-hander. That's no good like that either. Stairs might have been the better option. Stairs, you can just stick walls straight down onto stuff. Let's call this the outer stair pillar. And just copy him out, just in case. I don't think I'm going to end up using these guys, though. Let's say, for example, that we don't use this, we don't use that, we don't use our staircases. Instead, he had some kind of silly stairs here. I don't think that's 45 degrees. That looks like it's 30 degrees. And where to go? Way over there. That's definitely not 45-degree angle staircase, but for example, if this guy was over here at what? He's going to need to be 0.75 of everything, and probably at y is 0, no? Y minus 1.5. Let's say this floor isn't here, and he... it's right at minus 22. No, that's funky. Minus 22, minus 23 would be too far in that direction. Minus 22.5. He's got a funky pivot there. Let's see, this guy's pivot is right here. Okay, so I want to get this guy. I want to get him off of that stuff. And that's not going to be too easy to do. Drag down, drag down. No, I'm not going to do that. So we've got a staircase here. Who needs an empty prefab? We'll call them stairs. For, I don't know why it auto switches to that. Close. I'm going to copy your stuff to him for now. Change this all back to 1. Make him a child of you. And I would like this guy to actually share these statistics. Copy. paste, and then I'm going to subtract his z by another 3 and offset this guy 1.5 and 1.5, I think, like so, and y minus 1.5. There we go. So now we've got a half step down, but how many stairs is it going to take to reach the bottom? It's not a big deal if we can code it all nicely. But for example, this guy's going to now want to go plus 3 and minus 1.5 plus 3 minus 3, and we've only covered this much ground, so we can go one more. Minus 3, whoops, no, plus 3. Minus 1.5. Get rid of this, and then we'll say that this guy is down at his level, or lower, minus 6. And then we can continue our descent. Like so, but again, this is pretty slow descent. It's not a huge problem. We do know the wall position. Maybe we want to go more like this. No? Like this. And do minus 3, nope, minus 9. And get another one of these over here. Do a switchback. Let's grab the first set of stairs we had. Duplicate it. Rotate it. I don't think this is going to do what I want it to do. Yeah, that's not what I meant. But, you know, same thing. Give everybody plus 6. And then we'll go down the line here. Starting from user. Did everybody go forward one? Did I not grab this guy somehow? 180. And that's not correct. Copy him, 180. No, yeah, that's that guy. So, oh yeah, there's one more guy up here I can't see. I want to move all of you guys backwards. But for starters, let's do minus 6. Not user. Minus 6. And let's go ahead and let's see who's first. Z plus minus 3. Nope, what's plus 3? We know the distance is always the same, so And then we would do another switch back, and we'd come down somewhere over here. The problem with that, again, is we wanted to stay in the center. What if we were trying to do... like this. We go down a step, and do a slow spiral. Then we can just add square walls and not mess with any of that stuff. And we can still do that in the center, but we're going to be using 4 spaces now. But that's definitely a much more desired approach, I believe. So let's go ahead and create a reference to our half stairs prefab. I was going to go open up Monty Python scenes where he's running, Sir Camelot's running up the... Sir Camelot. What's his name? Sir... Not Galahad, not... Who's the pure knight? Well, I feel bad that his name's not coming out. Sir Robin, Sir Galahad, Sir... Anyway, he goes running up to the tower to rescue the prince. I'm pretty sure he was going up counterclockwise. Could be wrong, could be wrong. Oh. Half stairs prefab. Get rid of all that for me. Where'd that go? Floor, Levier, no. Yeah, it was up here, wasn't it? Escalier, didn't he call it? Escalier, there it is. And again, I should have saved that. We want to reset this to 0. Move this as a child to it. And I want to see the pivot of this guy. So he needs to be, first of all, 0.75 so that he's on our scale of 3. And then 1.5 and 1.5 so that he attaches to this properly, I believe is correct. Let's look at our floor. Yeah, there we go. And is he sticking out too? Yeah, we don't want that. He's definitely our stairs down. So minus 1.5, like so. It looks good. This is gonna be half stairs down. So, where are we using the spiral staircase currently? He's actually using a 4x4 also. He's just not cutting the ground out. So that works fine. We'll do flat, 2 down, flat, 2 down. Fill in the middle. Which is right here. XYZ for int I to 3, that's kind of going to need a little bit more logic there. Let's get started here. If current cell direction is down, this is where we're keeping the cells from generating. I'll go ahead and leave that alone for now. We'll come back to that. And we just want to, I guess, generate the spiral. Well, we want to generate a stairwell. And we do know the proper position here. So, either we handcraft that stairwell, or I think we might want to just handcraft that, to be honest. Much as I hate to. If I do it by code, yeah, let's at least create a section of it. So we've got one here. We want to make a parent for them at 0, 0 for him to sit upon. And if we're starting in the center, he's actually only going to go down, let's see, he should be over here, go down 1, and then I'm going to bring a floor in. Where did the floor go? Am I not seeing my floor? Where's my floor? Dungeon floor, -2. LOD group. Oh, I didn't know you had an LOD group in a... Oh, that's not right. We want floor. What was dungeon floor? I don't even know what that is. We want floor. Yeah, we want one there. No, we don't. We want one at -1.5, plus 3x, and plus 3z. Now we want one of these at -1.5. He's gonna be 90 degrees, nope, 270 degrees at an extra z, and this guy's gonna get plus 3x, just kidding, minus 3x, and another -3. And now let's make these 3 into prefab. Whoops. Not there. We want him at 0. He is. Good. Actually, I want him at -1.5. And I'm going to copy them all onto here, and we'll make this a stairwell section. And this is his pivot, so I can now copy him and rotate him 270 and move him down, I believe, 3. Which would be 4.5 in this case. And we have now only crossed, yeah, we're only using 4, so copy again, plus minus 90, minus 3, copy, minus 90, minus 3, and the ultimate goal here is to get down lateral height of each cell is 6. 6 times 3 is 18. So we need to keep going. Minus 90. Minus 3. 270. Minus 3 puts us at 16.5. Not sure how that's gonna play out, honestly, but let's add some walls, and let's go ahead and make this a game object called our stairwell. Didn't we already have something called a stairwell? No, we didn't. Stairwell. Make a game object out of it. And now we want to add some walls here and there. Percival, Gawain, Galahad. What was the, that ended up cheating on, or he fell in love with Arthur's wife, Guinevere? Lancelot. That's his name. Monty Python, Lancelot goes running up the turret and, killing all the grooms. But I think he, like I say, well, let me just turn the camera off. I don't want to get in trouble, looking at stuff. Yeah, I'd probably have to watch a clip, but I'm pretty sure he was running up there clockwise. There's a YouTube clip. Wow, someone made an hour-long edition of him charging the castle. Anyway. Let's add some walls. Wall, stone. I clicked on you. Did you see it? Yeah, sure. Don't expand everything. Give me a wall. I'd like you to unpack yourself. I'd like you also to unpack yourself. These walls too, I wish they were one-sided, but it's, what are you gonna do? They work good on interior corners, but they do not work good on, they work good on exterior walls, but not exterior, which is a bummer. But let's move them down -3 and put them at 0. No. 1.5 plus 3. Whoops. I don't want to be moving that guy. I'm going to do lunch an hour late today because my wife is at home working and her lunch is at 1. So I'm just going to keep at it. So this guy's -3. He's going to have a Z of what? 3 plus 3? Is that is lined up nicely, okay. And a x of 3 as well. And we can just duplicate him and do a 0. And let's move him down here to duplicate both of those guys. And move them over here. That should put them at -3, -6. Very good. And likewise, let's see. Want them over here as well. Except for you, sir. Problem with this is, well, that's not a problem though. We just gotta add a pillar there. Okay. Not you. Copy you. Rotate you. Move you 3. So see, that's fine, but we've got this ugly gap here. Let's go ahead and check out what we can do with that. Stone pillar. Give it to me. 0, 0, 0. How about, probably gonna need a new game object for you. Put you down there. No, he was covering them all up with this. Let's just call it stone pillar. And we could use our assets, but I kind of like having, you know, something new colors. This guy's at 0. This guy's probably going to need to be 0.75 like the rest of us. And something like over here, -3. And what? 3 and 3. Like so. It looks pretty good, right? Cover up the holes. Well, gonna try and just work with this stuff first to get the basic up and down capabilities. So we've got a staircase going down. Can't see that guy. I do need this guy. Don't want this guy. And I did those wrong. Shoot. It always grabs the child. I'd like to copy the parent. Move those down to 6. I'd also like to grab this parent and move it down to 6. I would like to grab all of these parents. Duplicate them. No, I'll go ahead and hold off on that. We'll duplicate this guy, rotate him 90. And he's positioned properly there. We'll duplicate him again and go down to 6. Duplicate this guy over to here. We'll grab the both of them and duplicate them over to here. And we already did that guy, but we want to do these guys now. 12, stuff getting messy. Wait, I didn't need this guy. Duplicate, move them down to 6. Grab these two, move them down to 9. Let's take this whole wall here. And for the love of God, can you please select the parent? Isn't there a button for that? Move, rotate, select. I'm pretty sure there is. Toggle grid snapping. Let's do a search. Unity. Select parent. For selection of a parent when a child. Selection base and mono. Scripting. Oops. I don't want to script. Yeah, that's a bummer. There's no options here either. Yeah, small inconvenience. So I'm going to grab these guys, parents, which start here. I want to duplicate them, and I want to offset them to, I believe, 3. And I didn't actually want user nor user. So we've got a nice stairwell started. Gonna need ceilings here and there, or upside down stairs. Oh, it's got a ways to go though. So this should be a whole applicable wall. I would like to make a child object of more of this stuff. It's getting out of hand. Create empty. You, sir, belong in here. You, sir, belong in here. You, sir, belong in here. You, sir, as well. 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 Could have done this by code, but I don't think so. Collapse. Where'd you go? Show it to me. So this is a wall section. Now I'm going to duplicate you. And I think I wanted minus 90. There we go. But you're not quite spaced properly. Let's see, get you down to 3. There we go. Do that again. Minus 90. Minus 3. Minus 90. Minus 3. And one more. Minus 3. Now this is going to be the floor, I believe. Say we've got a floor at minus 16. Oh, we're already... Really? Minus 16.5. You sure about that? Well, we'll leave it on for now and edit as we go. So we've got our exterior. How much more interior do we want to build? I think we definitely need at least these guys up here. That looks like a good wall section. That's a 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Where are you guys? Very annoying when it does that. 1, 2. What did I push? Whoops. Wrong buttons. Let's create a new empty. Here it's 0. Probably not really 0 that I want there. But yeah, you're at the top. That's fine. I want to add this guy, this guy, this guy, this guy, and this guy. This is going to be an inner wall section. And here we can duplicate minus 90 and minus 3 to bring him down here. Once again, we'll do minus 90 and minus 3. Hold on. We need those pillars. Let's say this guy's kind of special. This guy we can bring... Why is that his pivot? Did I move that guy funky? Hold on, let me fix that. He's at 0. Well, honestly, that's not so terrible. He's this corner. It's the distant corner. I think, though, we really should do it like this. And have him be 0, 0, 0. And this guy at minus 3, like so. Okay, that's his pivot now. I'm going to copy him. I'd also like to unpack you so that you don't change on me down the road. Now this guy is kind of, again, part of a special ops unit here. Like so. With one more buddy that's gonna be minus 6. And how are they overlapping? Terribly? No, nicely. Alright. Now, the next 3 are going to be part of our wall section here. Take it easy, Art. Definitely want some torches for stairwells. Section dedicated and rotated, yeah. The distance between an upper cell and a lower cell is always the same. So, we know, once we build it, we know that we can just plop it there, because we'll always make sure that the room has enough size to accommodate for it. And then we will always make sure. Didn't I just duplicate it? No. We'll always make sure that there is enough. We'll know there's always enough space there. So this is no longer our inner wall section. We want to add not 1, not 2, but 3, 4, 5 to our inner wall section. Now we can copy him. Do a -3 and a -90. And that looks good. And we'll duplicate that again for another -3 and another -90. And rinse and repeat. -3, -90. What happened? I changed that to straight up -3, didn't I? It should be -9 total. And one more, it looks like, at -3. And honestly, this is just going to be 0. Okay, so we got walls for our stairwell. I like it, I like it. Now there's not gonna be ceilings here, and we don't want ceilings quite yet. Now, do we invert the stairs to make sloping ceilings, or do we rotate some walls to make sloping ceilings? Or what do we do? Do we do chunks? I don't think we want to do chunks. That kinda, like where it's a block. I don't really want to do block down. So I think an inverted stair, let's try doing some rotated floors and see how that goes. So we've got our inner wall sections, which is good. I kind of want to organize this stuff a little better. What are all of these here? What's going on? Stairwell section, good. Half stair down, that's the first one. Stone pillar. You need to connect to this wall. Where's this wall? Let's create a empty child up near the top, and we'll call it the starting intersection. And to him goes this stone pillar and this stone wall. And these guys are also kind of off on their own, aren't they? Who are all of you? It's all of these guys. You can go to the starting intersection. You don't have to expand yourselves every time. Stairwell, those are good. So let's make another one called our starting outer section. And start plugging these guys into there. And who else we got? Okay, so you're gonna be inner. Half stair down. Yeah, you're just kind of on your own there. Stairwell sections are good. Inner wall section. I want to get these guys above here. Who are you? That's clearly the outer section. You are outer section. You are outer section. And where are you? You are intersection. So we've got our initial half stair down, starting outer section. Then these are the interior stairwell sections. Why are these all called game object? These are our outer wall sections. Let's move him down here. Stone pillar 1, 2. Oh, you are both part of the starting intersection. These are our outer wall sections. Outer wall section. That looks a little better. And just because I have OCD, I'm going to add wall here, like the rest of them. Okay. Organization helps. Let's go ahead and save this. And we need some ceilings. So what happens if, let's even get this going a little bit cleaner. Let's say walls and stairs. Wall sections, gonna go into here. You guys also go into here. Wait. Stairwell section. You guys go into here, and why did it reverse their order? Nobody knows. Alright, now into here I want to add just a normal floor. Is it called a stone floor? What's it called? Floor. There it is. I'd like you to unpack yourself. And I'd like you to get over here. Why are you over there? Actually, I'm going to bring in my dungeon floor. Floor prefab. We don't use you anymore. Alright, so once again, unpack completely, and I'm going to rotate you on the X 180. So you're upside down. Now, let's say we put you something like this. Now, the question is, do I want to stretch you? Because your next buddy is going to be over here. I think just 3. We've got a slow descent going on. I want to leave room, so I want to connect these two. And I'm not sure, I can just stretch 2 more floors. Move one over here, like so, and rotate it on the X at, I believe this is a 30-degree angle that we're looking at. And less than that it looks, actually. And I don't think I want to do that to him. Let's do it to this guy. He's already at 180. Let's say minus 25. Ooh, and that gets iffy. that gets iffy. Let's not do that. Yeah, let's go ahead and do it from here. 25. And I kind of just want to test first when he's lined up with the stairs, which is another minus 0.5. 30 degrees. Yeah, that looks right. Okay. So, move you back up to -3. So you are connected to this guy. Yeah. Yeah. And one more now at x minus, no. Z minus 6, no. 0. And y minus 1.5-ish. And that's gonna not connect to anybody. See, that's a problem. And it's not an issue. I think it's 25. Could even be 20, but whoops. Minus 25. That does look like it's gonna line up better. Unfortunately, now we have the problem of the scale is not enough. 1.1 was gonna be, it's gonna go off the pivot, so that's nice. It's nice. And then I think this guy just needs to be positioned a little bit better. Minus 1 point. Really close there, isn't he? Really close, but not quite. How about 1.1? A little bit of overlap is entirely acceptable, so long as we can't see through the anywhere. But this guy's not making it up to the top. He needs to be 1.11 as well, and look at that, that doesn't even make it, but that's fine. Let's do just 1.3, 1.25, 6, 7. So if we deselect everything, how's that look? We're coming down our stairwell, and it just needs to go down. It looks fine. Just some cheating, but so now I want you guys, not this guy. I want you to be a new type. Ceiling section. I before E, except after C. And your pivot is right here. So now I can duplicate, get rid of you. I'm going to rotate -90 and do a -3, right? And we're just going to need to do that a few times. -90, -3, -90, -3, and one more, I think. -90, -3. And yeah, that's a good start to a stairwell down. Let's try and you're all closed off, right? Yeah, good. Good. Okay. Let us add that to, let's just say ceilings. Now, now we have a stairwell whose pivot is right in the middle. Should we give him his own floors? We could. Not leave it up to funky math. Let's go ahead and do that. Got one there. Unpack yourself, sir. I'm gonna do one over here. I'm gonna grab both of you and do you over here. And once more. Like so. I'd also like to grab you and you for over here, as well as you and you and you for over here. Those pillars are sticking through, huh? -6. There we go. And how much? We do have a ceiling right here, so oh, look at this. We got some problems. Let's take this guy and move him over here. I think that might be the extent. If we do one more over here, I think that's gonna be a little claustrophobic, and we don't have a ceiling there. Yeah, I don't think we want that guy. So now all we gotta do is cover up these seams, which is gonna be a problem here as well for the normal ground floors. And surely there is something just for that. Let's just go and spot it. What is this? That's a turret? Murtier. I don't know what that means. Railings are kind of nice. Rocks. Torch. Wall, bend door, half HH window, wall top. Wall top. What would something like this look like? Oh, he's way up there. Let's say -3. And perhaps plus 1.5. So you look like that. And let's say that I need you to be rotated 90 degrees and 3 on the X. So you're just kind of a little cover-up thing. Not a big deal. None of this stuff has colliders on it, does it? Ugh. Ugh. collapsed. I've unpacked everything. Can probably just do that. Get away with it. You're gonna be 0, you're gonna be 0, but you're gonna be 3. So we've got some Z fighting here, and the pillar is getting covered up. What happens if I rotate you 180 and do 3? Still gonna Z fight a little bit, huh? Well, I can just do something like 0.01. Let this guy win the battle. And I'm gonna bring his buddy over back down to 0. And back to 0 here too. That'll just cover up those gaps, which is all we're trying to do. And we're gonna want the same thing over here. First dude, what do we want to call these? Ceiling corners, maybe. Duplicate him over to here. Duplicate again over to here. And now we duplicate and fix our rotation. Go back 3. Go up to 6. And give him a 0.01. Just so he doesn't fight with that guy. Am I going to be able to see through here? Let's double check. If I grab a floor and bring it over here, like so, I can kind of see into there. So, let's say we just give you a nice extra little bit of, your pivot is over there. How about just a little bit more X? And you likewise can have just a little bit less Z. Nope. Let's do a 2 and then a 7. Oh, I guess I just needed the 7. Move you back there. And that I'm sure is fine. Now we can't see the gaps. Nobody likes gaps. Can't see through here. This guy is up. So this guy's gonna go down. And his buddy is gonna go up. And I think we should have one more right there. Very nice. This guy's gonna go back to 0. What's this guy at? Yeah. Okay, so let's go back up the chain and have this guy be one of our 0.01 ups. With this guy being a 0. And this guy being a 0.01 up. So we don't get any of that Z fighting. Yeah, and I think that all looks decent and good. Top floors, ceiling corners. Let's go ahead and just add you guys to the top floors. And we're going to save that. Dreaded question. I don't think there are colliders on most of that, but let's try and put it into our system first, because that's going to be the most fun. So get rid of you. Stairwell prefab. Did we have something like that? Half stairs. No, 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 no. We're going to do stairwell. Is that one word? Stairwell prefab. And I'm not going to use you, and you're going to get upset. We're not going to use you anymore. Actually, we are going to use you. We're not going to use you. We're going to use you. And you're going to generate that. Counter, what is that? Generate stairwell, XYZ, transform parent, position equals X times 3. Y times 3, Z times 3, none of this stuff, none of that, none of that, just place it, and that happens here. Generate stairwell, and we want it right in the middle, so we don't want cell size, right, yeah, X plus half, straight it to Y, Z plus half, very good. I'm going to go ahead and put these in parentheses just because I like to. I know that order of operations is going to do multiplication first, but it bothers me. And let's see if it generates a stairwell for us. We're going to want to plug it in there. Stairwell. There you are. Save. What do you got for us? You did, but you built it down here, so I want to do plus 16 actually. 16 divided by 3 is what? 5 or 6? If the current cell's direction was down, we want you to create a stairwell. And basically, I just want all of that to move. I'm just going to plop it right there. Maybe we should edit the stairwell. So this is the 0 point. And we want to move all of this up. I believe 16. So our now pivot point is down here, which shows that we have gone too far. But we can certainly remedy that post taking a look at how it's going. And what do we got? So we're in a room here. Well, let's look at it from the top actually. Was not up enough, huh? Needs to go up 18, looks like. Alright, or well, let's see here now. Minus 18. No, we want to look at these guys. Not 16, but 18. There we go. 16 is not a multiple of yada yada, and then we want to get rid of 1, 2, 3, 4 floors. In the positive, let's see how big of a room this is. This is a, oh, it's a 6 by 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7. Yeah, the cats are, 2 of them anyway. They're not worried as long as their food bowl is full. otherwise all hell breaks loose. Center point of this guy is going to be right here, I believe. Which means that we want to remove from the positive 1, 2, 3, 4, which is what I was originally checking here. If the current cell is not dead end and the next direction equals down, in that case, and it looks like you didn't get rid of anything here, but you probably got rid of these. I want you to get rid of let's see. We're not going by center anymore. So his 0 is down here. Well, we do calculate the center though by doing the half size. So we get to the center and we want to offset x plus, this would be 0, so x plus 1 or I'm gonna have to be specific this time around. So if the x is equal to plus 1 and the z is equal to plus 1 as well, no, he's at 0, plus 0, or, and then we're going to need a few of these. Whoops, I just copied that. 1, 2, 3, and we're going to need one more, 4. So, and then in the other case, we've got a plus 1, we've got a plus 0, 2 plus 1s, a plus 0, and a minus 1x. And on the z's, we've got a plus 0, and the rest of these are all plus 1. In that case, oops, and I was looking at ceiling here. But ceiling is going to be the same story. I want you to leave all of that open. In this case, yeah, it's a little different for ceiling and floor. In this case, we want to be looking at the same cells. If current cell is not dead end and the direction, next direction is down, let's just copy these. How about? Yeah, he's going to populate them so walls don't get drawn, but then he is not going to generate floors. However, that will also prevent him from generating ceilings, will it not? How about if we do if and then an else? Generate floor, and we get rid of the continue. Now we check again, and if the current direction is down, which means that we have one coming down into us, then we do not want you to do generate ceilings. Otherwise, we want to generate ceilings for all of these. And they should all be setting their populated areas to at least 4 for now. That works. Let's take a look and see. How that works. And did I think I needed to update the spawns? Yeah, this is not, that looks good, but the spawn position was a bit off here. Generate stairwell. Gets called right here. Direction down. Yeah, no, that was in the prefab itself. These guys needed to all be at 18, not 16. And now, let's look at this one from above. We've got a corridor that we come into, and there is a pathway down. If we go down the pathway, we can't see out through the walls anywhere. Definitely gonna want some torches. But we get down all the way and stuff looks pretty fine. Just need to kind of close off these finishing bits here. So we've got this stuff not coming down all the way, and this stuff not going up all the way. But we are, and we are sticking through one too many. Alright, I can fix all of that. Stairwell. The lowest of the lows are all unnecessary. You guys are not unpacked. Interesting. Those stairs are going to be a bummer to add colliders to. Anyway, want to add pillars there. I want to bring these down all the way to the bottom. I need to add some pillars there, no doubt. But let's go. You are an inner wall section. I don't really want to disrupt that so much as create a new kind of finishing wall area. Move that down to 18. Move another one over to here. Let's do another one at 90 right there. And another one right there. And yet another one right there. And another one right there. And once more. You can hold Control D to duplicate, and then if you hold Control it will snap. I have it set to snap to 25 centimeter increments just because that works good for me. You can set it to 10 centimeters or whatever you like. And I think I'm just gonna go ahead and close this off completely. Like so. Those pillars have become a bit unnecessary. But I think that's fine. We'll leave them there. They're part of their little group there. It should go up one more. These are all just the cover-up bits. We don't need, we're going to add them to their own special cover-up game object at the end here. Let's see, ceiling is going all the way down to here. And really should probably, we can have a floor here, right? How about we take one of these out. Like so. Nope, not there. And we move him, I think, down 3 and over something like that to meet up with the end of the ceiling there. And then we probably don't actually need these walls that we just added. Don't need you, don't need you, don't need you, but I can just rotate you 180 and bring you back into position. Likewise with this guy. Whoops, 90, nope, don't want to be touching that guy, I want to touch this guy. I didn't touch him, right? Good, good, good. 180. Not sure why I didn't pick 90, but what are you going to do? What's going on here? We got a floor. Who's fighting with who there? What is that? Is that part of the wall? Well, that is an ugly part of the wall. That the floor does not cover up. So we want to get some of that pillar action going. Duplicate you, bring you out of your home. Move you this way. I think I need you over here as well. Probably a couple of you. Let us see. Get up to 15. Get up to 12. I think that's as far as we needed to go. I'll bring you guys all over here though as well. I think that is all we need. That is all we need. Just need to fix up this gibbledy-gorp. And we probably want a pillar over here too. At 6. So let's grab one of these wall toppy guys. Ceiling corner. And I'm going to move him out of the top section. Where did all these guys end up getting tossed into? They're still in the walls, huh? I want all of this that I just added to be part of a new... Did I get that wall? Ceiling corner? There it is. I want these to be the bottom, what do we call it? I don't know. Bottom, top floors, ceiling, corners, top, let's say bottom walls, whatever. Move that into here. And then we need that ceiling corner. Where did he go? There he is. He's still up here. Way down here. He's at a funky number. Put him at 6. No, not 6. It's interesting. Or was it? It was 6. He should be at 0. He should actually be probably at 3. And minus 6. And how does that look? Maybe Z fighting? No. I think I need to go at least 3 walls high with this stuff though, so move you up, sir, and once more. And these guys are part of the outer wall section. Was that visible? I don't quite remember. Oh, it's 1 o'clock. Let's save this and take a peek. Here we've got our path down. Nothing out of the ordinary. But I can come out and look at it. These are fine, these are fine. This looks good. All is well. This, that's no good. I did that over here, so these are fine. This room in particular is only 2 slots high. However, they do have the ability to go up to 3. So we do in fact want to cover up using these bottom walls. Just a little bit more here. Like so. Whoops. Duplicate. For 3, this guy can duplicate over to 3 and 4 or 6. And then we want these pillars, which is probably 9, 10, 11. Good, good, good. Move them over to here. And we should be good to go. Nice, nice, nice. Yep. I'm going to head to lunch, which is called my kitchen. And we will get back to this and start adding in some torches, get some furniture going, maybe even some monsters. And I think I'll add a little, I think I've got a little dude I made. I always have a little capsule guy that I build so I can walk around. Maybe not in this. I don't. Got some weird stuff here. Normal solver, test controller. Yeah, that should give me some basic footwork. We're gonna have to do a lot of colliders still, I believe. Most of those items did not have colliders on them, which is a bit of a pain, but I think we can mass select the majority of those and just click add, box collider, and it'll look at the mesh
and just figure out what it wants. So, gonna get some lunch, and I'll be back in an hour. Thanks for the chats and the watch.